Kitty to Thanks, Jarvis. How's everyone? Anywho, so today we're going to be doing a couple things. One, I really need to get the reference drawn, so I'm just going to copy from this and kind of fill out the legs a bit. My tablet's not working for some reason. Come on. There we go, okay. Like, I want to bend the hips a bit. And all that jazz. But I need to redraw, because even though I am hugging a certain sheep, that's all good. But shan't be. Ugh. Just casual stream today. Nice art. I've got my wonderful tea. That jazz. I'm just gonna mirror most of this stuff, but I wanna just keep my drawing skills up. We'll draw the Sherry later. Look like a caring mother on that drawing. Planned? Maybe. I am basically everyone's mom and big sis, so. A bit thicker on the neck, right? I will be using this as a base for my other appearance. So like for Cerberus, Succubus, confirm you adopted Pastel. I mean, probably would enjoy it. I serve good food. You know what sucks in this drawing? I just realized I did not like do that bit. Oh well. I need to get my references open. Hello, dropping by for a bit. Hi, Yori. How are you? May as well open. Then I can actually get knowledge on what I'm doing, and I may as well get my. There we go. Okay. Where's my other reference? Okay. But okay. I'm mostly just in it for her shoes. Like, that's all I need. I just need the shoes. So. I kind of wanted sneakers, but I don't want, like, sneakers. Just remembered I was supposed to save 500,000 for the RR and her thing to redeem. See, the things are probably going to go on sale on Valentine's Day for 5,000 points. So if you want to save up till then, please do. Not only that, once we get enough people in the chat at a time, I'll actually do, like, sort of things to give away with, I guess. A good way to put it. Like, what would be a good way to put it? Like, making extremely obvious challenge things or whatever. Okay. But yeah. Oh, where's my stylus? There's my stylus. Okay. I'll want it like a little bit. And this. Okay. Looking forward to it. What will be first? 500,000 February? That all depends, because if I do a long celebration stream for the 100 followers, which I'm almost at, then I can probably do something fairly decent for length. For casual. Wrong, Sensei. Here. And most of the thing is, I just want her to know what kind of shoes I have because Rose will hopefully be able to do everything. I'm probably gonna move this down because, of course. Unless I stay on your channel at all times, it's a good plan too. Hey, if you want to, I don't mind. Like, how does it work for the freebies and redemptions? I think it's... like... I think it's like every 10 minutes or so you can get a free 50 or 60 points if you're subscribed. So... not saying to subscribe, I'm saying if you... even then, it's like, I'm not gonna pressure just do anything. Hello, Scariot. I don't... yeah, you get 10 every so often. Not that much. Okay, not too long for the legs. $10 per 5 minutes. We're talking about channel points because they want to save it for the Ara. And yes, I did say it as an example, but you're not going to get the full-hearted one until later. Because then I'll make sure you'll enjoy it. Bold of you to so you didn't enjoy that. I mean, any chance for people to say anything. You talking points? Yeah, let's see how many points you get. How many points do you get per hour? Okay. Let's see, 220 points per hour. So, let's see. 220 times 4 will be 880 per stream. So, if being generous, I do 4 4-hour streams a week, you would get 3,520 points per week. I don't know why my voice is so deadly. Why is my voice so deadly? Is it just like that? You know, I might actually... it's the whole body reference for the legs because... honestly, that's a good idea for the hip size. Let's just... rethink a couple things. Like if I do it like... okay. And... a little bit slimmer, maybe? Ooh. Yeah, that's better. A little bit top heavy. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. I will have to copy the tails for have them up, which means big fluff. Oh, you are a bit biased. This is why we run for the hills. Don't run for the hills, that's where I'm the fastest. Running for the hills is like Brer Rabbit. You're gonna be running towards my territory. You're only making me stronger. Let's actually go down a... what happens if that's what people want? Well, then they get eaten. I don't mean in a fun way. Nom nom. Nope. I'm not saying I'm gonna go for pants like that. I'm just gonna... Oh, geez, what the heck? What the heck is my tool doing? Hold on a moment. Like, why is it locking? It's not moving freely. Moving freely here. I'm just gonna close and reopen it. Okay, now it's moving freely. What the heck was that? That was weird. Do you want to be eaten by a fox? Heck yeah. You brainwash extent. Look, just because floof is very, very nice doesn't mean that you should get eaten. But it doesn't mean I won't try. Okay. Floof will go numb. Just doesn't know when. Is that even the right ankle? Calves need to be strong-ish. That's two. Mofu mofu for the win. Be careful, if I was about to be eaten, prepare contingencies mainly for someone to destroy my hard drive. Look, if you make any final requests, I will occasionally heed to them. Like if you want me to destroy your hard drive, park your car, fill the ticket mill, make sure you get some hot sauce in there, sure, I'll do that. The main way to cook human is stewed, so pulled human sounds really good, like pulled pork, but even better. Pulled human. I should make a recipe for that. Pulled human. Oil human. Yeah, here's the thing. If you want to get all the prions out, even if you're not human, you would have to be able to... Smack my mic. You have to be able to boil the meat for a while. So any working muscle would be great. So like thigh meat, if you want to do that for humans, that's good. How many is there are among humanity? Yeah, even that too. It's like you need to find out what the good stock is if you're going to kill someone. And yeah, when you put it that way, when you say people inside me, I get very concerned. I love the pants here. These are good pants. I'm gonna keep that reference, actually. That's being kept. Yeah, I think my alerts are off because I just got a follower. Thank you. Hello. Oh. Like, let me fix the followers real quick. They'll get out one day. Where's my alert bar? Yeah, my alerts are on. I turn down the volume? Oh, the volume's good. The heck? Like a minute ago, did everyone see the new follower show up because there's a new person? Hey, Drac. I do believe my... Where is the thing? General setting. Where would I go to check the volume for everything? For the alerts? That's kind of a important thing that I need to realize. Ah. I'd be scared, but well, I'm hoping my style will help me. Look, she'd probably enjoy it too. Like, so long as I make good food, I'll probably enjoy it. Let's just... Sheep don't eat meat. Sheep likes to eat meat. It's just not always red meat. Wait. Occasionally sheep will eat meat, but on purpose all the time. Like, I accidentally disable them and I don't know how? Enabled. All of them are enabled. For Deity's sake, I swear. Hold on a moment, I need to look up. Weird. Your power flickered and your computer rebooted? That's weird. That is very weird. Might have just been a little hiccup on someplace then. I'm still trying to troubleshoot the alerts, but hey. Yeah, I don't think that... I'm trying to get my alert to actually work, but... Okay, that works. Weird. This poor network. Let me check my bitrate. That's not good. I did do that. Need the browser source enabled in OBS. Yeah, I did do that. Should be right up there. And like on playtest. Yeah, see? Those work, but every time it's like I've had new people follow, but then it doesn't show up. Is it like they're just immediately following and unfollowing? What? Like, there's just one person who just followed. And here's the thing, it's like, you can click people's names and see who they are. But then it's just like, as soon as I click that one, the thing crashed. It's possible to miss it. Well, it's like, I've missed a couple people. Like, maybe say on not display, where would I find that? Where would I find that on the site? Is it just under the thing? Yeah, it says it's enabled. Everything's enabled. Hmm. Regardless, whatever. We'll see what happens with it when a normal person actually does it. Oh well. Okay. Shoes. Shoes. Ooh. I like those shoes. Kind of platformy, but I don't know how to describe those shoes. I just like them. Came up as sneakers in my search. Too big for feet, too small for feet. But too. Wait. Oh, well, I ruined that. Okay. As soon as you get like a normal person. This is just gonna be a reference for stuff. There we go. Check my stream lists are all disabled on mine despite me having disabled them before. What the heck happened? Like, I'm just going to go through and then enable then disable. Just... Does anything? Maybe there's a glitch with the site or something. I'm actually gonna check something. Okay. Is it? There should be like a... Okay, that is just weird. Like, here's the thing. In Streamlabs on the site for recent events, it says someone else followed. Now on this, it says... What the heck? Like that person doesn't exist, yet they still followed. What the heck is going on? Regardless, let's just do... Weird indeed. And given that my thing crashed as soon as I clicked on the name, methinks it was a bot or something. Who are you drawing today? I am drawing the reference for me, and then I'm moving on to Sherry. Hopefully to do her hands, and then do the line art and potentially finish her. I am actually going to see. Let's just... talking to someone for support. Weird. Anywho. Simple. Bigger. Okay. So. That so far, that is actually a decent body. Now that I realize it. Okay. Well, now that I know that, let's just... He also has face for me. Okay. Ooh. Okay, now we wait for the blue. Or actually orange. What the? That's right, the thing is giant. Okay. Ugh. My computer's been acting weird lately too. Like the entire time for my computer, it was just... It crashed this morning and everything else. Yeah, I think whatever followed me was a bot. Hmm. Great. Yep, that was a bot. Well, whatever. Not gonna let it break my stride. That's a bit. Do that. Anywho. No, the interest. I am going to do something. Nah, you know what? Nah. It as is. That around. I guess this is considered a warm-up drawing. I'll need to draw my whistle. Let's move this in. That looks a bit better. How am I gonna do the eyes? That's a good question for me. How am I gonna do these eyes? Look a little bit far apart, but with how I've done it, I've mostly done the hair in a weird. Wait, did I? Whoops. Oh well, we're doing it in a weird way. Gotta go have fun. Thank you, Yuri. Thanks for stopping by. Good day at work, or where you are. You have 10,000 points? Yes? You do now. What are you gonna use them for? Or save them for? You can spend whatever you'd like. I'm not your mom, unless you want me. Like my hair. Don't think you're gonna have enough points for that. Ah! Ah. Good one. That'd be 500 million points right there. I wonder if the points can go that high. Like 500 million. I've seen 5 million just for fun because someone had a date night redeem, which I love. That looks so creepy. Okay, let's see. Eat one. Okay. Turn that off for the meantime. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna stop you from spending points. They're yours. You earn them with your hard work and determination. I hope you make the best of them. Determination. Currently still saving. What are you saving for? I know what Drac likes to redeem. That's Drac. That looks so dang creepy. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm good to worry. It's a little bit. It's my job to worry. And all my students. If the students aren't happy, then what's the point? Okay. So yeah, that one account, block it immediately. Just block it. You'll have to go to your own chats and do it, but block it immediately. Oh, great. Okay. But I was dumb enough to click on that array. I don't know what it did. I'm gonna have to. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna take the shorts from here. I go bigger on the hips, maybe? I know many people's answer yes. Just a bit. Oh, that's good. That's actually really good. Let's do that. I'm doing the thing again where I forget I have tools for this. But whatever. What's up here? Make sure to block that one bot if you... I'm drawing myself. Fluff will be drawn. And yes, when like this, it'll be more that for casual size. Save. And just save it. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna quick go. Insert layer. Okay. That'll be for the artist for later. Just unbound. Poopa unbound. That's such a stupid idea to say for it, but it works. It works. What was I doing? Off. I'm just doing a quick reference for my model, just so the artist knows what to do, and so I can pay for it later. And then I can get someone to rig it. How are you today, Kai? And my wrist. There we go. Crack the wrists. Whew. That's better. I didn't do the proper thing. Oh, whatever. It looks better on this side. You want me to purr? Shall I? There you are. One fresh purr. good? Like, is it that good? I didn't know that would. I had a bit of a long one in me, but even then, it's like I didn't know people did that much. Very long one. I've been training my lungs and my body, and I just did yoga, so my body feels very nice and light. Light and airy, but grumpy because of the one bot. But hey, not gonna let the one know it wanted to. How I do it? I'm not gonna tell you how I do. Oh, you're impressed by how I do it. There's a shy person in chat, and she adores the purrs. Just sends me a gif immediately, and they go nuts. Yes, I am outing you like that. You know who you are. You know who you are that are stalking. You can't do it all. I refuse to take Spanish for similar reasons. Who said it's anything with that? Said it was anything involving that. I'm just doing it just because I can. Okay, so this right, because I gotta do my whistle. Whistle will be right around here. Kind of looks like an upside down schlong, so let's not do that. Where is Misty's? Can't figure out how to make a sound like that. Where is some more world art? See, I kind of do it the same way, but I do it in a different location in the mouth, and I can do it for a long time because my lungs are pretty good. Okay. Let's see how she did it. Okay. So if I make it more... There it is again. It's like... Every time I open something. Hold on a moment. There. Gee. Frickin' time, because it keeps on making me snap to it. Okay. So if I do it on cylinder... Why does it make me do that? It's making me, like, lock to things. Okay. Let's do. Okay, that fixed it. What the heck? To add that guy to Blanc Plus, thanks for the heads up. Most likely hijacked, which... I mean, here's the thing. It's like, as soon as I clicked it, the stream crashed. It's very, very odd. I want the whistle too. Could be a coincidence. Oh yeah, reference. Yeah, right. We were supposed to learn that for a while ago, but never did. Okay, they just did it with like a black. So. How the heck do I use the reference tool? I would love that. On your main tab, click on the reference tool. Should look like a push pin. In this? Wait. That's what it is? Like, what do I use? What do I do next? Okay, so what next? Okay, tool options. Add select an image. No. No. Wait a moment. Don't tell me. Where's my reference though? It's not showing up here. Where is it? Oh! Jeez, it's right freaking there. It's giant. Okay, let's open the smaller one. Wait. Wait a moment. I need to test something real quick. If I do it like that... Okay, and if I turn it off... It's just there. Like, it's not even a thing. So... Oh, that's useful. That's really useful. Okay, cool. So I don't need that open. Neat. What do I see? Oh my gosh, this looks so adorable. Yeah, I'm doing the full thing for my model. Short shorts. Gotta have short shorts. They're bigger than usual. Even rotate it. Rotate it. Yay! Oh, that's useful. That's helpful. That is very, very helpful. So all I have to do is just do that and select it, and I could just look at it. I'm not gonna do it like that. I'm gonna do it from the side angle. The realization of happiness. Like that. Separate it. And then that little bit. Comically largest whistle. The comically large whistle. Let's do that and then shrink it a bit. Yeah, that much. Should be good. If it's the... Ah! Yeah, the alerts are working! Oh my gosh. Hi. Thank you, Fua, for the raid. Thank you all so much for coming. Hello. Okay. Okay, that scared me. Yes. We're just doing art. I assume you were all doing art too. Hello. How are you, Fua? Oh my gosh. Oh. I am not gonna sing the rest of the song because I have no clue what the rest of the song is. Language. Not for the language. Oh, balls. Good, you just finished up some art stuff and saw you working on it too? What'd you finish up? Because I'm finishing up the reference for the model maker. Well, I'm not finishing, I'm doing it. Oh. We had a little bit of a hiccup because I accidentally clicked on a bots thing and they crashed the stream, but hey. Finish up your remote round for price for Q. That's nice. Always nice. Glad you had fun. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Akitohi Academy. I will be your teacher, Yang. Mostly for phys ed and home ec, but I am here. I am learning, so... do I just... What do I do with this? Drac, what do I do with this? Do I cut? No, I don't cut. Do I just... Okay, there we go. That's all done. Wait, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that for later. Don't worry, whistleblowers are even higher. Yeah, I'm gonna need that for later. Not do that. Okay, shoes next. Let's work on some shoes. Have a great stream. Keep up the good work with learning. Bye-bye. Okay, thank you all for coming. Well, thank you for coming. Good. Boop, boop, boop. Shoes. We're gonna Now, does it work if it's just copy and paste drag, or is it just I have to 100% do it? And a second question, can I make these temporarily disappear or hold them off screen? I can hold them off screen. Just have a whistle off on the side. Oh, that's good, that's good. So that means I can load in this. Okay. I am so glad no one can see my folders because I have some interesting stuff. Oh. Thank you, Stephen P199. That's how you say it. For a moment, welcome aboard. Akitohi Academy welcomes you. So if I do that, giant Yang, drink, you can have me off to the side. Yay! Oh, that's curve. That's perfect. That is perfect. I am happy for that. Oh, hi, giant Yang. Yes. What am I gonna do next? Oh, that scared me, honestly. I'm gonna move me closer. So yeah, Drac, can I copy and paste and post it as the thing? If I do it like... I can! Oh boy. That is useful. That is really useful, actually. Defeats. Which means I don't need that. Yay! I am learning. I am the one who learns. Because we all learn. This UI confuses you. You use, was it Paint on... No, not Paint on... GIMP or something, right? Or Clip Studio Paint? You use something. Clip Paint Studio, yes, that's it. Clip Paint Studio. I use Krita because I like it. I enjoy it, it's really fun, and I adore it. No, I'm not gonna make pants like that. That would be for good traveling wear, but I'm not gonna do that. Oh, let's do shoes. Shoes. Socks should probably be nice. Basic socks. Where did I have them down here? I think I like that a bit more. Might have said it the right way. Well, actually, it might be Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I think because one of my friends, they were wanting Clip Studio Paint for a long while. Now, if I hit mirror, okay, it does mirror those. Okay, that's good to know. If I do sneak, see, I kind of want it like my little fox stamp on the sides of them, maybe. Give a good person. Like if I do a... Kinda... Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. Okay. Very cute. Tongue down. Look for that. That one's more... Okay, that... Let's do it. That more so. And we'll kind of layer the tongue, the toe bit. Make it look like you'd be wearing this to the gym. Light bit. Ruffle. Okay. I could really make this a little darker just so I can see it better. This is my first time drawing proper-ish shoes, so. See how it looks without the thing. Decent. Decent. I can work with these. Decent shoes. That looks good. Okay, I like those. Raining. Raining is good. Okay. Sneaker. Tongue will have to end like a rip. So. That for the shoelaces. And we can do the all extensive craziness of it. Do I need shoelaces, actually? I like wearing sneakers, but I'm wondering if I need shoelaces or not. I do sticky. I'm not doing Velcro. Velcro would be stupid. I don't like Velcro. Like my little stamps. I might do it up here too. That's so cute and stupid, but I love it. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I freaking love it. Okay, hold on. I need to adjust. Okay. There we go. That's better. Okay, I've not drawn proper shoes in like forever, so I'm surprising myself a little bit. Some things could use a little bit of... There we go. You're better at shoes than me. I hate drawing shoes. Yeah, I hate drawing naked feet too. Socks, bro, socks. Socks. They do things. Okay, let's get some laces in there. Let's insert a new layer because we're not barbarians. Let's name this layer so I know what the heck I'm doing. This layer so I know what the heck I'm doing. Wait, Danny, have you seen the thing that I did just to have as like a spare piece? Like, just unbound. Yang, unbound. Gotta keep the students from being distracted. Gotta keep the students from being distracted. You gotta remember that. So if they're not paying attention properly, you gotta take care of the problem. Released. Oh, that's a good one. Yang released. Okay, let's listen. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Rose at the end of the day. It's like, hey, are you able to do the full? I'll pay proper price. So goofy, but it's okay. It's okay. Legs are not my forte. That's better. Tree. Well, I gotta be strong. Sensei's gotta be strong. So yeah, that's the problem. Huh? Unchained. That's only Cerberus, and you do not want Cerberus Unchained. That's better. Shorts. I can probably kick someone, jeez, now that I realize it. Like, look! Just kick someone's butt! Strong. Able to kick some butt. Better Unchained than Unhinged. Okay. Where was I? Not that. Do I really need it right? I need to do the inside of the jacket. We're good. There? A bit? There we go. Like, so far, so good. That's actually pretty dang good. I might ask for the ears to be a bit larger, I will say. Yeah, it looks like skirt well in the front. Well, here's the thing, it's like short shorts. They're gym shorts. Like if I were to do my normal shorts, maybe right down to here. But I don't want to. Like, those would be my casual shorts. In fact, put that as a reference. Longer shorts for casual. There we go. Fun fact with Ref Tool, you can decrease the opacity and then change the brush control. We're gonna do that next time. We're 100% doing that next time. Okay, so... yeah, that's pretty much it. Just bigger floof than normal. Just... I just draw that on the wrong. Okay, what color should this be? Blue? Oh. Okay, laces. We're doing laces just to have that done. Okay, I am moving you in a bit because legs. Lace is better. Can I mirror the specific reference? Okay. Okay. Looks dumb right now, but it'll look good later. There we go. Okay. It'll look a little bit dumb, but... Dark blue? Or actually, just to have separation so I know what the heck I'm doing. There, and make him dangly. Dangly shoes. I like making mine uneven, so. And the eye. There we go. Looks like a jumbled mess for now, but it'll look better when I go through it again. Let's get rid of the... Yeah, that looks better. Beef. And then we'll put you off to the side for now. You off to the side a little bit. Okay. So, in order to do this properly, we need to find... You're gonna look for a bit. I need to wash your hair. You'll be right back. Okay. Okay. If we... Looks good. I'm just making it big because I like to do it. Plus it looks cooler from less meticulous work. Much like it. It looks cooler. I just realized it does not fit, but who cares? I can adjust later. Okay. You know, I could just go move this down real quick. Like, you'll see what I mean in a moment. Because to do... Curve it. And I'll just go through it later. Later is now. Bug! Bug just flew in my mouth. Bug. Flew in my freaking mouth. Fine. One of those annoying gnats, too. It's not even anything cool. It's just bug. Got your cousin at least, jeez. Bug's cousin. For an hour and 20. I am 10 followers away from getting 100. I am psyched. I love my completely large zipper, and I'm glad I had it as a thing. The comically large zipper. It's almost as big as the whistle. Yes. Unbound. Oh, Belvoir. Diva, how are you? I try to be all fancy, but I'm like, wait a moment. Okay. How are you today? You're on low energy? Aw. Hope you... Okay, I really hope that Exterminator gets here soon because so many bugs. Hope you get better soon. It's a pain in the neck to have to deal with low energy. I'm lurking since they're actually... Ah, okay. Glad to have you here. Necrophantasia has 5 different keys? Yeah, it does. Necrophantasia is crazy. Ran a new car, a little bit extra. Okay. Red. Hey, that looks good so far. That's insane for music to have that many key feet signatures. Yes. And it could be worse. Isn't there one song that has like 7 key signatures or something? Not sure. Oh, hydrate. Okay, I will. It looks absurdly good, except for the tree trunk legs. Like, I may shrink the legs a bit, but I'm tempted to not. Like, I kind of want them to have a little bit of fun with their artistic stuff, but hey. Hey. Some people like big legs. Wrong legs. Zara legs. Yeah, just remember, this is training for a certain drow. Okay. Because I still gotta draw Zara's full body. Jeez. Oclea is probably next, though. Maybe Lorna or Amadira. Those 3 are very high on the order for I want to draw them. Abigail, I might wait for. Very stretching. Abigail, I'll probably wait for. Cassidy is definitely one that I have a full design in mind for, so she might be a quick draw later. Quick draw isn't as long as Sherry. You almost redeemed a draw. Oh no! You almost redeemed the draw. Right, I gotta make it puffy. A little bit of puff. A lot. Just touch. Okay. Yes, it does end early just because it looks... There we go. And then... You don't want to overwhelm me. Yeah, please don't. I will say that I appreciate their theme songs. Please don't overwhelm the fluff. I am still a new artist. Better than last year. Please don't overwhelm fluff. Okay. Good, good. It looks so good, actually. I am, like, actually happy with this piece. My gosh. The spooky cast draws? Who's the spooky cast? Are you saying the villains? You know! I might do Amudira next, because I have her scythe planned, but... And she's gonna be relatively small, and she's just gonna be the cocky little jerk she is. And she's important to the main chapters we've been talking about a lot, well, missions. So, in all honesty, I might do Amadira next. At least in that chapter. Amadira, the 2 pyramid cast, yeah. I might do some of the enemies from that, actually, too. Like, I might do Amadira's ghosts real quick. Since she's gonna be summoned a couple different types, which is just easy. Like, if I were to draw her ghost, it'd probably... Like, kind of Taro Bozu style, like... This is a real off. Like, I kind of want to have a cloak, and then it's just head, for the most part, and there's like 2 hands, kind of like Haunter, but not exactly like Haunter. The coffin creatures would be nice to do, too. Those would be fun. Coffin creature... What else would be fun? Can't wait to get her onto my Mind King. Oh dear. See, uh-oh. Okay, I thought it crashed for a moment. See, I'm probably gonna wait on those for a bit because I have no idea how to draw machinery. Like, no idea whatsoever. I'm gonna wait on those for... Because I'm not drawing the proper thing. Yeah, those are gonna wait. Like, my Mind King, those 2 are gonna wait. I might design Mai's weapons and King's drones real quick just as practice, because at least then I would be able to get some more machinery bits under my belt for knowledge, but, like... And for those questioning, game making. Game dev. Fun stuff. King. Might do them. Mistress Escaviel would be a nice one, too. Who else would be good? The one teacher... You know Vanessa needs to be drawn. Oh, good night, X. Have a nice day. Hope you sleep well, and thank you for coming. Who else would be good to draw? Captain Mitzi would be fun, honestly. Leslie, yes, he needs to be drawn. Leslie! I actually have a good reference for him now that I think of it. He's probably the only character that will actually have proper classes, too. Like, I want to hammer home he's kind of like a very sensitive dork on his name. So the glasses would be a fun part, like... And not just any glasses, like, I want him to have, like, big old dork specs, like... Not just any glasses. Like, I want him to be, like, dork. Like, the glasses make him look very, very stupid. But if you take the glasses off, he has bishy eyes, basically. Like, those kinds of glasses. That's what I want for Leslie. Just the very, very, like, punchable glasses right here. Like, he's the kind of person you want to look at and give swirlies. But he's not, like, obnoxious. That's the thing. He's not obnoxious. A know-it-all would be a good way to describe it. Obnoxious about it. He knows a whole lot. Not like a little jackass about it. Way to say it. Oh, that looks dumb. Who else would be? Osmond would be nice to do. He has a good bit of tech on him too, so that'd be getting some extra muffin mitts. Let's think for a moment and not be stupid. I was right on the money for the first time. It is kind of like... Kind of. Make my hands... Doesn't need to be the best, it's just a reference for now, but I think the artist has best attention. Not start down all the way in the palm. It's actually... Yeah, the fingers need to be a bit... Okay. Good. Who else would be fun to draw? You know, I've not drawn anyone super big. So, like, Thompson would be a really interesting one to draw about it. Remember anatomy girls to play have longer index fingers than boys? Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do with the legs. It's like, I'm trying to keep the legs longer. Which, I think I succeeded pretty well. Like, head is 1 or so for the... and 1, 2 for the leg. Which I think I did pretty good. Longer legs, I succeeded upon. Hips I succeeded upon, but fingers I need to do. Finger bigger. Kinda like that? Longer, really longer than the middle finger? Huh. I'm gonna look that up. Huh. I mean, my index finger's pretty big, but... Okay. I guess. Okay. Up. Okay. Understand not to cares. Okay. Let's see what it looks like without. Okay, that kind of is good. I'm doing it from. I can live with it. Just. There. A little bit of shrinkage. That requirement, of course. Yeah. I'm a gym teacher. I gotta be able to deck a fool. How far does that... Okay, that goes the wrong way. Goes the other way. The hands are kind of iffy, but... Maybe if I do it... it just makes me... Okay. That's good so far. Let's see what I want to change. Like, I probably want to change... just a little bit. Just a little bit. I also want to... Pockets are a must-have, everyone. Laces on the shorts. There. Weird because they're flat against the canvas. Yeah, but I'll adjust them in a bit. Excuse me a moment. I am actually going to use the restroom. I will be right. Okay, I return. Let's redo the hands actually real quick. So I'm just gonna do cranberry. We're gonna do this the fun way. And do it the proper way. Yes, we are doing things the proper way. As it should be. Oh! Thank you, Cuddle. I believe that is for the... Was it the... Hosting! That's it, the hosting. Thank you very much. Let's make these fingers look good. Just make them look a little better. Oh. So I'm redoing the fingers because I wanted to. Realize I should have done it the right way in the first place, but hey, learning experience. Always necessary. Huh? Hey, those look a bit better. A little bit better. Not crazy better, but a little bit better. Mean. If I were to go with them in a different color. Maybe some hand refs. Yeah, that'd probably be good in the future. But hey, I at least went over them once and changed how they looked a bit. Look over some more hand refs later. A bit better. But hey, now I do believe we can ink. Process of inking. I just realized I didn't do enough in the eyes. Let's fix that. The eyes that stare into your freaking soul. Ooh, spooky. I think it's the pink that really makes it go crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just the pink that makes it look spooky. Ugh. That looks decent. So far, so good. I'm getting rid of you. Wait, do I just hit delete? Yes. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I now know more things. Hooray. I know more things and I am happy for it. I don't know. It feels so weird actually accomplishing things in an hour. Like, just even doing this much, I feel weird actually doing a decent job. Like, out of everything. This feels weird. Like, I might lower the shoulder. Just like. Go to crap. Yeah, see, like, that's perfect. I go for... Perfect. That's much better. That is much, much better. Less weird broadness to them, and there's just more to go around. Feels more like this. Proper art. Because if I'm not wearing the jacket, my shoulder's like right up here. In fact, okay. Just for a little rough later. There we go. I did that in the wrong layer. Oh boy, the amount of artist memes I fulfill. Yes, drew in wrong layer. Okay. That makes sense. Anywho. Black. Ink. I do believe I have mastered the usage of layers. I feel happy for it. Like, I guess I'm gonna go a little bit deep here. It's like, even if I screw up, I feel like I've just drawn a whole bunch better this year. Like, even with all the ups and downs, I just feel so happy to draw. Like, everything I've done so far just... I don't know how to describe it. It just makes me feel accomplished, I guess. Happy. Happy, accomplished, everything like that. Like, everything I've done just feels a lot better. It's so weird. Being able to do go for like a gray. Yeah, that's a bit better. This is not just in your face black. I'm gonna save before I ink. Let's freaking save before I ink. Because who knows what's gonna happen. Like that, yeah. Let's turn down the opacity. I'll deal with it. A little bit of a... Temptation to put my fox head on this is very high. So let's see how that looks. I don't know why I like putting it on everything. I forgot to put it on my jacket, speaking of. Like, I completely forgot to put it on my jacket. Like, I've been too busy putting on everything else, I forgot to put it on my jacket. Gosh. I forgot the most important place for it. Fox merch. Fox merch! Maybe someday. Maybe if you're all good someday. I need to show Kit. Like, if I put this. I'm showing Kit. He needs. Oh, they need to see it. Where's my print screen? There's my print screen. Oh my gosh. Your art is atrocious. I mean, there's what is it called? Draw pile if you want to ever draw with people. This freaking Fox merch. You're good with your art being as is. That's okay. There's no pressure or anything from me to make your art different. Hmm. Anyone can learn art, but it takes effort to actually improve it, and not everyone has that drive. Yeah, like, people will want to improve certain things they're good with, but it's like, I'm not going to be making anyone want to draw or anything like that. It's their task to do the art themselves if they want to. Let's make the zipper a bit smaller. You'll have improving in games and almost improve myself. See, that's a good thing to improve on. If you're going to be improving on yourself, then that's okay to do. You don't need to improve in certain fields you don't want to improve in. Like, I don't want to improve in math. Like, if I can be good with just doing my multiplication for fractions and everything else, I'm good with math. I'm not gonna just go nuts trying to get to calculus or whatever. I'm not gonna learn... Well, I may learn Chinese, but I'm not gonna learn, like, a language I don't need. I'm not gonna learn Latin. Unless, maybe. See, languages learning is one thing. Don't know what 25... I forget that symbol. Exponent, okay. 1,563, I think? I was close. See, the thing is like, I don't carry a lot of numbers in my head. That's one issue that plagues me still to this day. That sort of math was calculators for. Exactly, it's like all these issues, like, you won't have a calculator on you. It's like, it's been 5 years since you've said that, and everyone has a calculator in their pocket. I have not had to use algebra in this day. Ever. Like, the only time I ever thought of doing algebra was for D&D. And even then, I'm just like, okay, let's do a calculator then. Because, hey, calculators exist. Freaking calculators, they exist, and they will always exist in our pockets. We have phones, we have computers. See, algebra is actually useful because it tells you what to punch into the calculator. Exactly! Algebra at least has its functions. I love statistics, though. I will say, I adore statistics. Because that's at least something that has a real-life use for it. It's not going to be like, hey, you need to suddenly solve this triangle with a proof. It's like, I'm not going to run into that. Not in this field. Not in any field I'm going to have. I'm not going to need to solve for a freaking triangle. If you need me to do a triangle for mathematics, I can just get a protractor and ruler. You don't need for me to check if it's a triangle or not. Or what kind of triangle. Okay. You love calculators, good. Calculators are a good friend to have. Knowing how to use them is good too. Sine, cosine, tangent, all that stuff, although... Mathematics was my worst subject too, because, like, no one wanted me to do my creative ways that actually solve the problem properly. Everyone was just like, okay, you got the answer, but you didn't solve it the proper way. It's like, I got the answer. Didn't that amount for something? I got the freaking answer. And I can repeatedly do it, too. Yeah. See, that is one thing I loved. It's like, tangent, cosine, and sine. It's like, every teacher's like, okay, use a calculator for this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Geometry is the best math course in high school because it actually teaches you how to apply math in new creative ways. Except with proofs. I don't understand how proofs were a part of geometry much, except for stupid stuff. And the thing is, it's like, as soon as I heard proofs were creative, it's like, okay, I can lump things together. I don't need to do a whole bunch of crazy steps. And it's like, as soon as I keep getting answers wrong, it's like, why am I getting these answers wrong? And the thing is, there was one proof on the final exam. That's it. There was dozens of the other subjects, but there was one proof on the final exam. And I still got an 80. And I'm just going, jerks of teachers. Geometry test critical thinking and reasoning. That's the thing. It's like, I can easily critically think my way through everything. I don't need to constantly be bombarded with specific mathematics. I'm a good problem solver. I can solve problems all day. As soon as you toss in freaking proofs, ugh. I'll just not do them out of spite. That's one thing Sensei does not like. Not teach Sensei math. It does not need your math. Some students don't get that anymore. Well, that's another thing. It's like, I really, really hate that they don't teach more critical thinking in schools. Probably why everyone's a bit stupid right now, but hey. Who am I to judge? I am just floof. I am floof here. I had a roast incredibly useful thing because I applied daily. See, I can still do critical thinking. It's like, that's not going to stop me from anything. I can still critically think. Very easily, too. Proofs just suck for a way for teaching critical thinking. I just hate proofs. Like, I can go all day about it. It's like, I hate freaking proofs because every single time I get the correct freaking answer, it's like, okay, but you didn't do it the right way. It's like, I lumped things together that were just the same step. Bugs, I'm going to start spraying... Oh, always. Even outside mathematical content. Okay. It can... Bugs. It can assist in learning critical thinking, but I was lucky to have teachers that would let me think more often. Like my algebra teacher, there was 2 years of algebra. Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 trig, because it combined both trigonometry and algebra, which made sense a little bit. Like, I would have rather had, like, an introduction to geometry in algebra or something. I'm saying that school doesn't offer anything to teach it, which is... I mean, it does give other opportunities to think it. Like, I took a lot of extra classes that was just pure critical thinking. Forensics were some... I loved forensics. Like, I would do forensics all freaking day. I think my favorite part of forensics was we were going through all those, like, typical, like, cop shows and everything else and see what they did wrong. Because I like calling out things on their bullcrap. I love calling out things on their bullcrap. And it takes final exam. See, I'm not gonna not take the final exam because that's 20% of the grade right there. Oh, what else? I loved history. History was just memorizing. Honestly, I could go on about the Mesopotamia and all those other periods. Dynasty. Not really, not counting if you're as elective course that fill in gap. Core curriculum is anti-critical thinking. I know every single freaking English teacher tries to teach critical thinking with their course, and it's just like you're over-examining a couple things with what the author is intending. What else was good? English was good for critical thinking. I liked my AP European history teacher because he would constantly ask, it's like, if you were in that person's shoes, what do you think would happen on occasion? And we'd be like, okay, that's what actually happened in history for some answers. Which just made me feel oh so happy. It's like, he loved asking a whole bunch of questions, like, what were the first books made out of? And it's like, I suggested, like, animal hide, like, sheepskin and stuff. It's like, good, that's the correct answer. He'd always reward, like, logical stuff. And I adored it. He was my favorite teacher ever. I just sad he passed away. Like, there were some good teachers, but then he just takes the freaking cake. My 11th and 12th grade English teachers were pretty good too. Stone tablet. I mean, yeah, someone said that sarcastically, and he said first books, not first writing it. Oh, what else was there? Writing was first. Stones, clay tablets, stones, all that jazz, but I meant like the first book. The first proper book. Read paper and everything else. Book. Depends on the region. Yeah, it does. Take time. Like monks and stuff in monasteries would often use sheepskin and similar. For printing press, they would all do it by hand. Which took hours upon hours of transcriptions with mistakes everywhere. No, I should. Iris, parchment, wood, bamboo, transcripts. The answer, of course, depends on the Necronomicon was made from. Human skin. See, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, at least a couple books were made from human skin. Like, I would definitely want one just for the pure sake of going, here's my human book. Like, that just sounds awesome to have as a conversational piece starter. Like, I made a book out of human skin. But it's a different if it's like, I own a book made out of human skin. And everyone's just like, where did you get it from? Oh, I made it. I made that book. There are books of those. Good. I want one. I want a human skin book. Just to reenact the text-to-speech stuff. What is this book even made out of? Human skin. Let's do this. Little one. He knows. That's quite a bit. Anthropomorphic bibliology is the practice of binding books in human skin. As of May 29th, the Anthropomorphic Book Project 101 has examined 31 out of 50 books in public institutions supposed to have anthropomorphic bindings, of which 18 have been confirmed as human. Give me one. I want a human book. Give to me the human book. Good luck with that one. I could just make my own, no worries. I could just make my own. You're not using your human skin after I die, you can. Look! The only reason I want that book is so I can make an anatomy study with it. I just want to be like the most morbid person there. Just like, this is my human skin book for anatomy study. Just imagine that. The macabre artist. Ugh. I've got a new D&D villain now. Macabre artist. That'll be a fun one. Freaking. Artist. It looks so creepy. So, wait a moment. Does this mean you're lootable? L-O-O-T-L, like, I can loot your body if you die? When? I just hope you drop good loot. Yeah, here's the thing, it's like, most cults don't realize they're cults, so that's gonna be a fun one. Would you preferably die of old age? I wonder, does that mean, like, imagine if that was a thing, like, if you killed someone, you got all their stuff. Like, just freaking MMO. What do you mean? SAO was a thing? Yeah. Isn't that what technically happens? No, it happens to whomever's in their will, but it's like, what if you're not in the will? Like, what if I wanted to just loot all your stuff? Immediately. Kill you, exit the house. I'm just talking about murder right now. Okay, so Just as a random idea. Suddenly world turns into MMO and people start doing PvP. You kill someone, loot them. You got their purse. You got all other equipable items. You got a vibrator. And suddenly you look at the vibrator stats, +5 dexterity. Oh no! Vibrator stats, +5 speed boost. +2 charisma as the vibrator stats. Just everything equipable has stats now. Vibrator +2 charisma. Oh, that's such a stupid idea. No, that's not going into ministry. It's a dirty game, but it's not gonna be that dirty. Not going like that. Are these still the gold plating off the walls? Yes! Look, if you nailed on everything off the walls or get rid of all your stuff, we will just take the walls. Like, that's how thieves roll. That's how a thief properly goes. Like, if you just nail down everything on the wall, we'll just take the wall. Loot drops. Now, I wonder, is it like World of Warcraft, where there's like talents and everything, and you have the skinning talent? If we're doing D&D classes, I'd be a mix of Druid and Paladin, or Cleric and Paladin, or something similar. Like, Paladin for sure, technically. Because of what I am. But what else would be good for me? Oh, that's right. What else would be good? Druid. I mean, technically Druid. I love Druid. Druid's the best class in the game to me. I freaking love playing as Druid. Look, if you give me Druid as an option in anything, I will likely play it. Okay. I'm gonna do a virus scan things. Which form is your real one? It's like that one picture of the girl, and she has like I have a fox form and I have a human form. But which one do I think in? Do I think in human? And it's just like, I'm hungry, or fox. And something like that. Even though that's not a proper fox sound, it's more or like kind of like that for a fox sound. I just love that I just freaking screeched. The joys of being not one at the moment. Just random fox noises, nothing of note. Look, I've been talking this entire time. That's what the fox says. If you want me to sing that freaking song, I will throw you into the pit. What pit shall I throw you in? The owl pit. The owl bear pit. How about that? You're already in a pit, knowing me I throw daggers at people as I fall back. You're just rogue or ranger. Or fighter. Rogue, not ranger actually, you'd just be rogue or fighter. Not monk. I don't see you as monk. Most humans would just be fighters. I would say that. Most humans are just fighters. Boring as heck. nothing wrong with being fighter, though. Fighter's a decent class. Sees them get stabbed in the knees. See, the main reason I like Druid so much is I want people to realize nature does not screw around. So if they don't listen to me and they die from eating the mushrooms, enjoy. What was that one Cartoon Network show? Level Up. That's it. It's the one where it's like the MMO weapons and the monsters come into the real world. And they defeat their first foe. And then the one guy's just starting to loot the bodies. Like, what are you doing? I am looting the bodies, my good wizard. You want all natural? Getting mauled by a bear is all natural. Ah, yes. Hypothermia is all natural. No worries. A little bit of hypothermia will not undo you too, bro. Not do you too bad. Hypothermia is natural. What else is natural? My voice is weird. Excuse me a moment. Oh, that's better. You can see. That is just a mess right there now that I realize it. Oh boy. Let's go back to the blue and delete some stuff. No space. Yeah, that's better. Songs get stuck in my so far too often. There. Looks less obnoxious to draw later. Back for a second, I'm gonna take some downstairs, but until then, what the heck were you laughing at so hard? What happened? I was saying, no, you can't have my skin unless you... Okay, so what we were talking about is if the world went with MMO rules, where if you kill someone, you could loot their possessions. One of the things that I just thought of randomly was that you get all their equipment on hand. You loot someone and get a vibrator, and it gives you +2, like, plus movement speed and dexterity. And suddenly it's like the best tool ever. All you would get from me is empty whiskey bottles. Hello, 404. Look, that's useful for the broken glass weapon. You've seen Demo Man. He can kill people quite easily with a bottle. A freaking bottle. Honestly, my aunt would probably drop that too. It has insane crit rates, yes. I want to drop school supplies. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I want my drop to be school supplies. Just to mess with people. Pair of work shoes. That's a good drop. I'll loot your shoes. I will gladly loot your shoes. Are you kidding me? Long night. Shoes you get from work really nice. That's the thing, it's like they need them to be nice or else they will be sued. They need stuff to be nice or else they get sued. The vibrator gives stealth. It wouldn't give stealth, I would say that. It would not give stealth. Ants. It would not give stealth. No stealth. That's a stupid thing for it to give. Expecting wireless to be stealthy puts the stupidest idea we've had. It's like the freaking... Why? You would still hear it. And then you would hear the people giggling nonstop with it. Just, oh my gosh. I just realized... Like, I'm to hear them squirm. Oh dear. I would never use one. I will say. I will not use one. There's your facts about me for the day. I will never use one. Enjoy your knowledge. There for everybody. Exactly. Because it's like, I'm afraid of a teeth. I'm not like gut-wrenchingly afraid. Like, I have my qualms and such. Most things that don't go in there would not sound good to me. I sure internet. Just let me connect to Wi-Fi real quick for the internet-enabled vibrator. Just freaking... Imagine using data and it's like you just run out and it just stops in the middle of public, so someone that's just laughing their butt off just stops laughing and it's like, oh. Do you want Wi-Fi or satellite? Do you want Wi-Fi or satellite? Fiber optic wireless or... Do you want dial-up? Wizard cast... Wizard cast anti-tech field. That's a spell. Oh, jeez, imagine that. Like, just an EMP at will. Think of just casting out in a hospital. So many people die. I wonder if Twitch realizes what we're talking about. Not being able to turn on. Why are you giving me more kind of suggestions? Look, it's just a thing we talk about 404. You know we do. Freaking EMP bomb on a hospital. That'd be utter chaos right there. So what next? Are we gonna waterboard the elderly afterwards? I'm down for that. 18 plus channel. Yeah, it is a Pathfinder spell, exactly. I think most people would just die from doing stupid things, like thinking they could charm the succubus or something. Like if Pathfinder or D&D were to become real. Like, I think most people would die from stupid stuff like that. Just like you try to charm the succubus and it's like you just lose all of your life right then and there. Like, someone's gonna have that happen to them. And someone's not gonna be me, because I'm not going to be doing anything of that nature. I come to an arrangement. Stopped out for a moment. Drac, you missed a lot. Hey Drac, if you ever had a vibrator, do you want it to be wireless, dial-up, or satellite? You're really trying to seduce one stupid. Exactly! Nuclear! You want it nuclear? Just set it and forget it. You'd get one of his central bugs? Okay. Vibrator. It'll never turn off. Exactly. I think that's the point. Just never turning off. I think that's the point right there. I wonder how many people I chased away. I've actually gained people because of this. Oh my gosh. I've gained people watching because of this. Just casually talking about nuclear vibrators. Why do I feel like that's a subject Cassie would talk about? Like, immediately, it's like, okay, everyone, I know everything is coming out that's new. I've seen the catalogs, but please do not bring the magical vibrators to work, okay? Okay. Like, I feel like she would say that at least once, like, in the presentation. It's like, look, if I can't have one, you can't have one. Something stupid like that. Like, as much to everyone's chagrin, we can't wear them. Practically my link to your brain. Oh. Like, even if you get the slightest horny thought, just immediately activates mind links to vibrate. That is dangerous. Dangerous game you got right there, Drac. These shoes. I freaking love these shoes. Like, I haven't said it enough. I love these shoes. I might, like, do, like, hatching effect right around here. I might just go screw it. I'm not gonna draw Sherry today. I might just do this, because honestly, this is taking up so much of my time, and I love it. Like, who cares? I'm having fun. I'm having loads of fun. Oh my gosh, what about those ones that sync to music? Aren't there ones that sync to music or something? Yes, okay. I'm just imagining, like, syncing one up to, like, Doom music, like E1, M1 or something. It costs a bit, but they will make them. But they will make them. That's the thing. They will make them. Like, if people need that ultimate pleasure, they will make it. I honestly hope that the neighbors are gone right now, because if they heard me just going on and on and on about nuclear vibrators and stuff like that, knee deep, oh no. Just smash my thing again. I really need to get a better place for it. I need a different desk or something. Good, good. Kind of. Acceptable. Hi, Stick! We're just talking about vibrators. No worries. How do we get to this subject, actually? Oh, right, MMO loot. Fun fact, the Warhawk is the primary reason girls play Halo. I'll let you figure out why. Yeah, I can see why. I know. I know why. I know why. I'm not ashamed to say that. It would be worse if you find out your parents died with MMO logic applied and you found not safe for children items amongst the loot. Double whammy. See, that's not bad. Most people do stuff. Are you talking about like literally not safe for children, like childproof bottles or whatever? Like no childproof bottles, unwashable markers. That right there, that's NSFW, not safe for NSFC. Safe for kids, unwashable markers. hope I didn't scare anyone off, honestly. Like, these tangents are the fun ones. Good. That'll do. That'll do. Okay, let's see what I gotta do. Here. I'd have drawn fake whiskers. Like, fake whiskers are cute. Yeah, I'm only gonna flat color this because I'm not really in the mood to do a whole bunch. That better? That is much better. Body. What? They do! They do! Okay, I love it. I love it even more now. Imagine if I just, like, replace the laces with, like, something stupid, like on April Fool's Day, they're just hentai. They do look like a little bit of a lanky fox. It's a fox Pokemon. Lanky, janky, foxy lady can stretch her arms out just for you. Why? Hi, don't dig into the hentai. Even though we just talked about freaking vibrators for it's. Yeah. Don't dig into the hentai, she says as we. Everyone has weird kinks. And you're not alone. No matter what. But I don't shame. Everyone loves weird stuff. Primal instinct to be lewd. It's high. Ha ha ha. I get it. I get it. This kink is the one in your neck. Har har. Shoes! Hope when I give it to her, she'll like the reference. That looks cute. That looks cute. Okay. I like it. I like it so far. Just scroll up. Yellow. It's so bad without it. Just, okay, I don't need that. Okay. Where next? That's not gross at all. What is that eye face? I don't know. It's an SCP! SCP indeed. Who's the Class D personnel in this chat? That's my question. How many of you are Class D? The Expendables. Oh my gosh, so far so good. I'm just giggling along. Oh my gosh. Raz is Class D. I could see Raz as Class D. Being Class D isn't all bad. Most of us are anomalies. He's the only human here. Oh! Oh! Neat. Get in the femur breaker. The femur breaker. Oh, get in the femur breaker. I'm gonna go get a snack. Because honestly, I want a snack. I'll be right back. Immediately, when I come downstairs to get a snack, Mom's just sitting. She just asks, what kind of new toys are you getting for Ashiki? It's like, she's not getting anything! I got a nut mix, by the way. Peanuts, dried strawberries. Dried raspberries, I think. No, dried blueberries. Raxacappa, and he's a Snooki. And he's a vampire. I see Pastel Lurkin, she's a sheep. Slime. Someone lurking here is a centipede. Stick. 404 is a bird. I'm Fox. I think Lord Bafer is more of a human than anything, but I think he's just like sort of a stained glass thing. Stick his baseball bat, yes. You are legend. Ooh. Stick is good. Use stick. Stick is good. I should really order more nuts. Especially now that I discovered that that website has dried fruit, and these dried strawberries are amazing. Yeah, Dr. Bright from SSB stuff. Okay, so all this down here, the torso is mostly. Now do head, then color. And arms. Archon's a class? I'm checking up SCP classes because I'm curious. Okay. Safe, Euclid, Peter, Amiel, Apollyon. Explained. Archon. Okay, let's see. Classification of SCPs that should not be contained even though they are capable of being contained. Due to the detrimental effects of containment. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, snack is done. Flick is full. Just until dinner. Nomenclature hazards. Nomenclature hazard. Are you talking about like the one forest or whatever? Yes, that one. One where if you do something too stupidly, you lose all. Everything else, that's a good one. Nursery Rhymes' Nameless Forest is a pretty good example of something similar. Except Nameless Forest actively targets your name and has a whole bunch of, like, entities around it. Out of all the Fate Servants, Nursery Rhyme is probably the most frightening caster. Like, who cares about Giles' Rise and all the other ones? Da Vinci and Geronimo are just nice. Like, they're not anything to worry about. Like, why is it always Caster that's, like, super terrifying? Like, it's always the four horsemen that are dicks. I like Taboo because it's old nursery rhymes. What is it called? Nightmare Fuel. They abuse muggles with their mind magic. And here's the thing, it's like most people who summon servants in a Grail War are mages. There's the occasional one that's just like, Grail was looking for someone to just toss someone now. Like, fun. There weren't enough mage families. Okay, I kind of like Euclid because it's like, is it dangerous? Is it not? How is it? Like, and whatever else. Like, how will it breach containment? But if you drink booze out of the Grail, here's the thing. The newest event in Fate had someone make rice out of the Grail. They just used it as a pot, and that was just basically the worst thing to do imaginable, apparently. That made a freaking singularity. Just cooking rice in the freaking Holy Grail made it into a singularity. I am not kidding. Out of all the things, you better not be it then. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the difference between Euclid and Keter is how hard it is to contain. A parody episode? Kind of! Kind of, Kai. Kind of. Not exactly a parody episode. Every summer is, like, partial canon, which scares me. Like, all the events are, like, semi-canon, which just downright makes me scared, because one of the events was incredibly worrying if it was. It's kind of, don't make puns, I will give you the boot. I'm not in the mood for your puns today. The Greater Grail. No, do not make rice in the Greater Grail. Amakusa would, like, crap his pants if he did. You know what? Screw it. Make rice in the Greater Grail. Make Amakusa suffer. He deserves it. Is it okay with bread? I mean, here's the thing. It's like, it's just a reservoir of mana, so stupid things have happened in some missions for FGO. Like, Francis Drake's crew was stuck, and they just made it so that it just spews out endless fish and booze. Booze, fish, bread. Which is just like, they just wanted to survive. They didn't care if they were lost or whatever. They just wanted to survive. So it's just like, I'm sorry, I would give this to you, but it's kind of just endlessly spewing out materials every day we need. Going to my cup. I still love that for Unlimited Blade Works Abridged. Sorry about that. I don't really want anything of the girl. I just want the cup. It's like, you just want the cup. I just want a vessel that touched the blood of Christ. It would be filled with ginger ale while I sip on a mountain of my sworn enemies that have fallen in battle. You know, just teenage girl stuff. Freaking love that bit. Just, you know, teenage girl stuff. Nothing to worry about. They do such a dang good job with it. Medea constantly telling the one guy, they didn't hurt your frail human bones, did they? And he's just, no, dear. Them doing Sword Art Online abridged was great too for some of them so far. You hear that, Asuna? Neat toboggan. And the joke was a guy constantly just shoving the head being explode. Just oh well, Fred is crashing. Hooray! Give it a tick, he'll be back up in a moment. Greta is crashing. Yeah, SAO or bridge is way better than normal SAO. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay, it's back up, and let me just... where's the... Oh, I can't. Huh. Excuse me a moment. Fix something. This thing is that Yui's now a psychopath. I just realized the entire thing is like in like widescreen and everything else, and it's just okay. Not much was lost. We're good. I can think of plenty worse anime than SAO. I can think of better too. See, there's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of bad ones. There's a lot of bad ones. The freaking Isekai smartphone one. That's the stupidest thing I've ever watched in my life, and I don't know why I watched it all the way through. I did. I regret it. And Isekai it with every ounce of my body, but I hated it, and I watched it all, expecting it to get better, but it didn't. It never did. I don't know why I did that, but I watched it. Sad I watched it, but I did watch it. I hated it. All the Infinite Stratos. I've not seen Infinite Stratos. What next? Like, what other ones sucked? Just absolutely sucked. Oh, that's red. What was like a weirdly good one that I didn't think would be good? Daily Life of a Cat Goddess is pretty good. Etotama is one of those weird ones, but I liked it. Being jaw-droppingly bad. Boku no Pico? Are we talking about that one for being a cult classic that's just absolutely bad? No, it's a really old one. Are you talking like 1970s? Because I think I know what you're talking about. Or like 1980s or something? 1990s maybe? I've seen a couple of weird magical girl ones from the 1980s and they were just stupid. I think 80s. Okay. I wouldn't know, likely. I haven't watched a lot of old ones, but I've seen a couple, like... Remember when Funimation took that, like, interspecies reviewers thing and they thought it was a normal anime and they just gave it to the voice actors thinking, have fun! It's like they didn't realize it's freaking hentai. I remember that. We're talking about the stupid one, Elfin Lead. One that hits the kid who fought aliens with a cheese ray gun. What? The kid fought aliens with a cheese ray gun? Elfen Lied was okay. Yeah. If no one has watched it, Hakame Tomikochi is a good one. Seriously, I will talk about that all day long. Hakame Tomikochi. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's really good. Watch it. I mean it. Watch the freaking Inchilings. They're the cutest little things ever. It is something so good because they do slice of life right. They make it so the characters normally talk to each other. Not like boring stuff. They give explanations to their actions. And that makes me so dang happy when that happens. Let's not do that. Okay. Okay, I'm just checking stuff, no worries. It's just so stupid. It looks so dumb when I do that. Okay. Okay, okay. Shrink you, not that much, just... Watch Higurushi, okay. The old one, the new one's not worth it. Okay, good. I remember Fulero's abridged for Danganronpa in Higurushi no Kill. Like, his abridged for it, the ending was, now I'm opening up my heart to you, and now I'm opening my heart up for real, so please come help me. Like, that was a good line right there, as the guy just breaking down in the phone booth, killing himself. That was a good line. Like, he deleted it off YouTube. I don't know why, because all of his freaking abridged were amazing. Now Fulero just doesn't do anything anymore for abridged, sadly. Like, he did Golden Time, or whatever it is, for an old one. Okay. What was that one really dumb show I watched that I, like, really absurdly liked? Guardsman Ken? Oh, it was from the 1970s. Okay. Hold on a moment. Rito? Who's Rito? The love Rue. It's okay for this fan service. Yeah! That's a fan service anime if I've ever seen one. I have seen many. Many, many, many. Apparently the Rosario Vampire one was like super normal until they made it an anime, which I really wish they kept it normal. Because when things just become fan service, it gets annoying. What was it? Kumodaska Nanika was a pretty good recent one I've seen. Because it's an isekai, but the protagonist actually has to work for their stuff. And that makes me more happy than ever. Like, the protagonist actually working for their stuff in an isekai? Since when was the last time that happened? You know, how it should normally be, fending for their lives in an actual alternate world, running away from things in fear because they will just die, and then they suddenly get OP enough, but they still have actual things to fight that makes sense to fight. Or it's not just, oh, I just ate this big old sentry person. Now I am the strongest being in the land. Freaking hate that. I hate that for any isekai. Dorothy Gale, Dorothy. Like, I like isekai. I just don't like when they constantly are just, oh, now we're the strongest person in existence because now I ate this person. That's not how it works. That's not how any of it works. Not how it's supposed to work at all. culture shock would be the most confusing thing. People will die just from exhaustion trying to think of what language everyone speaks. Even worse, it would just be so sucky to have everything of yours not dealt with. Because what if you're isekai'd and you have to deal with stuff like insulin? Imagine having to deal with that. Or worse. Like, I don't think most people realize isekai protagonists are lucky as heck. Eyes are a bit funky, but I'll make do. Unbound. No, I hate Kobayashi. I freaking hate that. That's one of my least favorite things ever. You don't realize, like, I have a big bias towards a lot of things. And Kobayashi, I fucking hate. Yojo Senki is pretty cool. Yeah, you got power, but you have the super weapon war. See, that makes sense. Tanya's powers put her in harm's way. And people have to deal with her. She's still spongy. That's the thing. She's a glass cannon. She can die at any moment, nearly. That is good. Because it keeps the character strong. But it makes it so that you have to deal with being strong. Because everyone will want to kill them. Isekai Quartet, best quartet. Okay. I have something to say. I did not like Shield Hero. Like, after a while, Shield Hero got very annoying. No, I just hate a lot of people claiming that the rats are the biggest, baddest, strongest things in the world. Like, all fantasy stuff has to have fucking dragons in it. It's so boring and dull. Yeah, I remember talking about Shield Hero with me. Yeah, I freaking hated Shield Hero after a while. And that's a Trask. See, the Trask is a whole other thing, because that's a Drake, for one. But even then, the Trask is like, okay, that's the world ender. It's a thing that makes sense. The Trask is the Trask. They're opportunistic pool noodles at best for them. They're the high school jocks for the Western ones, yes! Okay. The Trask is more of the heart of Terra itself. See, that makes sense. The Trask is the heart of the world. That makes sense. So it being like a world ender makes sense. I don't like it when people just use the rats as the big bads that can do whatever the fuck they want just because what they are. If you're gonna do that, make up your own evil villain. It's not hard. So many things can be much more deadly than a fucking rat. Oh, jeez, what the heck? That was weird. That was weird indeed. So it's like, whenever anyone's asking, it's like, things goo are horribly undersold as villain potential. Exactly! Like, there's so many things. An odor lich that controls our liches for an undead empire that is seeking to consume all life on the planet. See, that's a good one! That's a good one! Make it a disease, too. Make it so people can't avoid it just by having, like, anti-magic crap on them. There's a good villain. A lich that wants to take over the world, but uses a disease instead that makes people undead. That's a good one. That's a good one. Because then you at least have something interesting. Not just the same, it's just like, oh yeah, here's our big rat. It's like, okay, but why? Because then you at least have stuff that looks cool and sounds cool and is scary and unique. So Plague Ink. I mean, Plague Ink would be cool. Kinda bored with liches. Okay. If you don't want liches, there's other stuff you can use. Like, here's another thing. Take the guy from Index, Toma I think it is, that counters out all psionic abilities and use him as the big villain. Like, no magic capabilities, just anything that comes in contact with him with magic just stops working. There you go. There's a big bad villain. Yeah, Toma from Railgun Index, I think that's his name. Yeah, Toma. So, Beholder. Even worse, make it just a normal person as a Beholder. Just any magic you cast on them just becomes inert. And the biggest way to deal with things, monsters or what have you, magic. Suddenly you have to be creative. Because they're pretty durable too. Yeah, not even that. Just make them super durable. That way you can't... Yeah, that's literally Norman. Exactly. So imagine if Norman was a villain. Norman's a character from one of Drax's games she's making. Freaking... I can go on and on and on about how I freaking hate how people use certain things as the biggest, strongest entity. Like, I'm sick of just having big things be the strongest entity. Just have a freaking tiny gremlin thing come after you. Oh wait, that's Hoopa. See, Darkrai is scary because it doesn't, like, wait and just... It waits and comes after you. It comes into your dreams. Darkrai is scary. But it's not the villain in the movie. That's the best part. Hyper advanced race of microscopic sized beings, that's cool too, because that was an actual thing. If you look up the Secret Saturdays, they have a bunch of like little cryptid things in the water, and they make like giant like water weirds, basically. That is a good one. For my games, Malus Norman is a rival character. He has no magical abilities, but he nullifies all magic around him. He also has a lot of occult knowledge and uses it to enhance his weapons to make him directly scary for a human. Yeah, Norman is like kind of an antithesis to Malice because... Not antithesis. What's the word for like being the opposite? I guess antithesis would work, but... He casts one spell, he casts a gun. Yeah, he's the one that would be the... He would be the one that is like, okay, so I've got some spellbound bullets that can cancel out people's magic for a little bit. It's like, okay, cool. And he would probably, like, sell them every so often if he has an excess. Antithesis works. Okay, good. Like, see, that stuff is cool. Having someone who's against the main cast in abilities, that's cool. Just stop having so many uncreative ideas. Have it work with the world. And have it just look. It's not hard. You can make so many things, and I believe in writers. I just really, really hate some things. Like, I loved Konosuba, I will say. Konosuba was good, because it takes the piss out of stuff. That makes it funny. It's a comedy. Takes everything everyone knows and just gets rid of it, basically. Like, it just takes the piss out of everything. Monsters from the Deep, Plant Like... Don't! You should watch Black... Oh, okay, I'll watch that. Yeah, Raz, don't be going on... Is anyone in here for the D&D game? Just look, I'm making sure no one's in here because I want to talk about the big bad. Okay. So, you might have been really close with the big bad evil entity for the D&D stuff, Raz, so keep an eye out for that. You'll see what that is soon. Like level 15 soon, but hey. There's still level 1. Nope. Do you want me to just tell you? Okay, I'm gonna PM Raz. People are afraid to stay away from the worm. Let me get a thing for the photo reference, like... Yeah, just imagine that going after you, Raz. Ugh. Hands. Hands, that's right. Mr. Hand. Mrs. Hand. Like when people think light plot where everyone's certain who's a bad guy, takes 11 episodes to bully victim. Yes, throwing dagger. You know, I should really draw the D&D characters. Whatever. Hey! Guess who can ink now? Well, color now. Yay! Yay! I'm moving this. Wait, duh, I can just... Hold on a moment. I could just... The question is, can I pin it? Can I pin it? Yes! Okay, good, good. I can just grab colors. Perfect. Perfect. Need you again? Doing up here. That's good so far. Really good, actually. Jeez. I am going to resize the canvas. Order. There we go. Much better. No tails! I completely forgot the tails. I completely forgot the tails. Oh boy! Well, we get to go back and do that real quick. We get to go do that real quick. Oh no! Okay, we'll do the tails real quick. Okay. I can't believe I forgot the freaking tails. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I'm too excited to finish, more so. Of fluff. The big fluff. Yeah, that should do it. And then we just... You know, I don't like naive brave heroes. Yeah, only naive brave heroes. Like, if there's only people like that, it's like, I'm going to want you dead. But then there's the Dark Souls way of doing it, where you are meant to make them fail. Like, the Dark Souls way of doing it, you are meant to make them fail. I loved that aspect. Like, you were meant to kind of screw up these people's lives. Sadly, you have to. Else they'd go crazy and hollow out. Hero, the shonen protagonist. Yes! You don't like Dark Souls, I like Bloodborne Sekiro. Why don't you like Dark Souls? He seems like you'd be a Souls person. Don't like Dark Souls? Why? Why do you not like the Souls, Danny? Too dark? Not enough soul? Oh, Bloodborne and Sekiro are fast, that's why. So if someone made it a faster Dark Souls, you'd like it more. I wonder how dark you're... Look, we've talked about crazy today. I think we've all gone a bit darker. I've talked about eating people, just casually, you know. Not even cannibalism, just eat. Nom nom. Delicious. Hello, humans. We all look tasty. You're joking about the speed? Okay. And have you seen the Sekiro speedrun? Someone got under 20 minutes in that game. Did you know that human flesh is carbon negative? Yes! Don't be a pussy. Eat human flesh. Is the cat? Well, the half cat, I guess. Like, foxes are cats running with dogs with dog hardware. That's the. Remember when Breath of Speed one was 20 hours? 46 hours? Yes. Now, does that include the DLC, though? Like, the Master Quests and such? That's what I'd like to know. Does it include the DLC or not? I do not recall if they included it. Okay. You know what scares me? The floof is so big, but it's very valuable. I think I know a good idea for another emo get from Misty. Oh dear, did I? Okay. And no, I won't sell plushies of my detachable fluff. Get the whole show. That's it. I just realized I made my fluff bigger than usual, but who cares? Fluff is fluff. I think you'd be able to sweep the floors. This is just my display. This is my display fluff. Oh. This is the display fluff. Where is the thingy? There's the thingy. Oh, this is the wrong tool option. There we go. Yeah, let's not forget that Raftalia is just randomly a kid. Yeah, the best aspect for the student-teacher relationship. And then they're just like, hey, let's make him an adult. It's like, why would you do that? That was the best aspect of the show, because they were making it so good for, like, the teacher or student aspect. And then they just ruin it. They just throw it away. They waste it. They waste that opportunity just because someone needed to bang. Also, maybe don't dirty the tails. Yeah, maybe don't dirty the tails because it's just... whatever. Ruined so many aspects with some isekai. Why do they have to? Main character can bang. Not as bad as Netflix. Yeah, at least it's not as bad as Netflix. Okay, and there, the fluff's on. I nearly forgot the fluff. I can't believe I forgot it, nearly. But hey. Immerse the layer. So fast. Well, yeah, I gotta know my fluff. Spear Hero was done dirty, though. Yeah. Yeah, Spear Hero was 100%. Like, just so stupid for some of the things. You know, there we go. That's good. Spear Hero was done dirty. Okay, I will say this. I have no qualms with Philo's little puppy love because they don't treat it as anything more than like okay, it's like the kid saying that they'll marry their parent when they grow up. That's okay. Like they don't take it seriously. They don't do anything weird with it. They just treat it as that. Philo is just puppy love. Exactly. That's normal. See, that's more normal because it's just like the parent telling the kid it's not right to try to marry them when they're older. That's okay. One thing they did decent in that. Yeah. Because hundreds of normal series do that too. Like, I'm not gonna get crazy over that. Besides, it's usually fairly cute too. It's like, okay, and you don't about that. But even then, it's just like so obnoxious when they get into the other stuff. Okay, I did do it. Okay, that's one done. No, I might just keep a little whistle. Go for more. Okay. Snag that. See what that's. Maybe a down to chat later. Yeah. If they're saying the villain is tough as nails, and then it's just like, okay, but we just killed them. It's so annoying. Hey, this villain is kind of tough. Ooh. And then it's just like, they're already dead. That's it. Not only that, some villains are just stupid easy to defeat with how everything is. Like, I would honestly get a laugh if there was just some big, overpowered isekai protagonist, and it's just like there's one glaring weakness everyone realizes halfway through. And I would get an actual chuckle out of that. Like, I want to be able to giggle. I want to be able to laugh at people's misfortune. Isekai. That seems like something that'd be more apparent. Another good isekai. Monster girls. That's your weakness. Isekai villain is unbearable crap lord. Weaknesses there and that actually likes him. Huh. You know, that's actually not a bad one. Like, they're just the most unbearable being in all existence, but they have someone that actually likes them. Etc. Have to look at. Decent. Technically, Iruma is a good one. The one with Babyliss, the demon high school. That's a decent one. I just realized how crappy I made. Dang it! Okay, yep, I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. It'll bug me all day if I don't. Let's save first. Bug me all day if I don't fix it. Don't fix it, it'll bug the crap out of me. No. No, that's just weird. Okay, yeah, that's good. There we go. That's better. That's better. I don't feel like killing anyone now. Yay. There we go. That's good. Need it more? The harem can be dangerous and tiring. Yeah. That's why that's not the way to go. If you portion out your... Okay, let's get my... Let's do the fluff. Fluff shall be done. A different shade. You spot some kind of... Remember, it isn't cheating if you have to shave off a little bit of work. Well, yeah. Or you could just work for a couple hours a day and then just cooking dinner and stuff like that. I love to cook. Probably survived back then. Oh, that's why I did that. Okay. Caution, fox at work. Doesn't know what she's doing. Another decent. All about Alabama. Oh dear. Oh, don't even get me started on Alabama. And a little bit. Oh, not. A little splash of color makes everything look nice. Hmm. a bit bright. That's better. A nice sky blue. Now, what color to make the little straps? Okay. What color to make the straps? I just wrote. I'll just go. That won't be filled in obnoxiously. Yeah, no Sherry today. I'm just not gonna draw her. When I finish up, I'll eat dinner and I'll rose and see you. Okay. Gonna be considered, okay? There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Over my jacket. You know, I did a lot better than last time. All because I took the time and effort of just doing it as a gift. It's coming alive! It's coming alive! Oh, jeez. And I'll do 2. But here we are. Already that looks too good. I might even add shoe color. We'll think about it. Meantime. Here we go. Cool, cool, cool. And I'll just... These ones I don't have to worry about. Even get colored. Okay. I was not doing anything whatsoever. Do you have any tea today? I did have tea today. You made a sketch of me? Really? Oh, I did have a tea. Anyway, I had cherry moon tea. It wasn't as good as usual, but it was like weirdly satisfying. My usual brand I get from now. Good, good, very good. Yes, this is in Discord. I'm going to see this. Let's take a gander. Or is it 404? I am saving that image for later. Which Discord? Akitawi? Ah, let's see. Woo! Thank you very much, 404. Very nice. Keeps your style very well. Yep, they did a draw. It's in the Academy server. I don't believe you're in that. Yeah, this will just be flat color. I feel like doing the skin. Do the skin. Skin. Any art is appreciated. Gotta go eat? Okay. What kind of fun monster did you realize? Oh, balls. Go over that one. What kind of monster did you realize? Good. Demonic Kitsune. You do realize that's just Celestials, right? That's just Celestials, and you're talking about no Kitsune, not Kitsune. Kitsune are strictly aligned with Inari. No Kitsune are not. I know my stuff. No Kitsune are aligned with Inari. And Kitsune are aligned with Inari, no Kitsune are not. That's it. Yes, I did mess up, sorry. Stretching and hydrate and save progress, yes. No shrimp gets stretched. Oh my gosh. Oi. Let's see now. Anything missing for skin? No. Okay, I will need to do the... Okay, let's see now. What next? I'm gonna make this black. Line to take revenge. See, that's boring because most no Kitsune are very animalistic. Okay, I want to keep true to the things the monster has. Like, for example, Frankenstein's monster has to be prefabbed. Like, there's no way going around it. It has to be... For it to actually be intimidating, it has to be... Bro. Okay, let's see. Close to black, but not fully black. Right. Oh. Like a blue. Yeah, too blue. Darker? Blend in too much. No, that's actually pretty good. Let's just slightly lighter for the other parts and we should be good. See how that looks. Oh, perfect. Could use that for the shoes too. Yes. Yes. On the right path. Very much on the right path. There needs to be more protagonist villains. Yes. More villains that want to actually, like, not just be. There's a reason why. Could have been because you were a complete nerd. Not gonna learn. Here. I'm gonna fix that. That's full. I did that the wrong way. Dang it. I did it the wrong way. It's supposed to be inverse and squishy. Balls. Balls. I did that the wrong way. Okay, we're gonna fix it. You can always fix when the piece is not done. Yep, we can always fix when the piece is not done. Still work to be done. Be worked on. This piece is not done. Good thing I noticed before it was too late. Take a call? That's okay. I'm not forcing anyone to stay. Saying about boring. Oh, right. I was saying that if the villain is not with their thing, not making them boring. It's very easily so many people. Boring, 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 boring villains. It's just not fun. It's not fun for anyone. It's a bit too much. There we go. That's better. Close up. I bet you're cutting out. Oh, oh dear. Sorry. Might have been the freaking little bit of wind we had for a moment ago. There we go. That's better. I just gotta connect all these. 3. That's better. Drawing power either through my own strength or gaining. I don't like brooding, edgy villains. I like the kind of edgy villains that lean into how awful they are enjoying it. Yeah, Abigail. That's just Abigail. I like Abigail because the entire moment she figures out, oh, this isn't fun at all, it's just because she realizes how cringy she gets. That's my favorite part of it. It's just like, she doesn't care if she's doing anything bad. She just hates she's cringy. And it's just so stupid. And it's just like, this is so stupid, and Cassie just points out, this is how you talk. It's like, I talked like that? Like, yes. And just the immediate assumption of, oh, that's stupid. That needs to change. It's just so funny. I love it. Like, villain just realizing how cringy she freaking is. To realize how cringy she is, that's the best thing. And it's such a stupid character growth moment, but it fits well. Oh my gosh, yeah, she's not fully going back on her word. She's still wanting the world to change, but it's just like, yeah, but she's not going to be stupid killer evil cringy. Oh, what else is a fun villain mechanic? I do like the mistrusted or misused villain that turns into an ally if used properly. Vivian from Thousand Year Door is a good example because her sisters are jerks and just goes off. What else? Who's another good one? I like how villains become allies eventually too, but only if it's done well. Because if it's not done well, then what's the point? Just have someone that's just kind of stuck with the main group now. And they're just there. Like, Vegeta I get. Vegeta is okay as a villain turned ally, but he needs to step up his game and not be trusted as much. Freaking Berserk. Oh, oh, did it again. Again. What's another good one? Get some points in the zipper openings. I know, I'm gonna get that soon. Right now I'm focusing on this. Oh, I can get to the right here. We're actually nearly done. Halfway. Then I just gotta design the shoes. Don't know how I'm gonna do that, but shoes will be shoes. Whistle is used, so I don't need... Deleted. And... deleted. I only just need that for now. Scar and Greed from Full Spread. That's a good one too. I've not seen all of it, but I've seen enough to go, okay, this seems good. Who else? There's one I have in mind, but I'm trying to think of. Like, what was their name? Axel from Kingdom Hearts, aka Lee. I like him because he's the comic relief kind of character. Like, he seems to be the most likely to defect anyway from Organization 13. And when he does, it's just, okay, he gets bored. Like, that's a good reason to escape any organization. You get bored. Not the good kind of bored. You just get bored of them doing their stupid usual stuff. This isn't really a problem either, as long as the rest of the cast fills in the gaps, which they usually do, Yeah. Like, here's the thing with Rita. She doesn't know. When her boss fight comes around, she didn't know. She just flat out didn't know she was under the influence, kind of. Like, she knew, but she didn't realize fully. Like, it was the case of, okay, what the heck just happened? And it was hilarious. Because the entire time she's gonna play it off as, no, that wasn't me. But it was, and she remembers it, and she hates it. Meanwhile, Chelsea just replied to the ad. The help wanted ad. Lorna just basically gave up and just like, okay, please don't hypnotize me or command me over the undead like the usuals. Even they don't generally think of themselves as easel. Exactly! Exactly. No, I'm probably just gonna do it. No, that looks weird. Let's do it with... Does that look too weird? I think it fits. Yeah, I think that fits decently. Would blue work better? Like a darker blue? Like... I think the darker blue is a bit better. Okay, yeah, the darker blue is a bit better. I just need to shade it in more. Because dark blue on light blue is good. What a dark red. I don't want too many colors in my... Like black, blue, silver, white, gray would be assortment. They're close enough. Yeah, I think that's good. Red? I'll try red. Like, it's kind of red. Like a sort of Jersey blood red. Okay, let's take a look. I guess... I don't really like it much. Like, I don't like it much. Let's try darker red, just in case. Like up here. A sort of brown brick red. Not too bright, but decent. Want a lighter red? Here's a dumb idea. I got a dumb idea. Orange. Like a marigold or goldenrod orange. Okay, I can work with that. That looks good. Could use it on the shoes too, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, that's good. Okay, tail next. Tails shall be done. Oof, shall be done. Let's make it a darker. Yes, that it doesn't. Oof. Okay, so let's just in. Flip, 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 flip. White hair is a really good color, and I don't know if I have any character with white hair. Like, I might do Lorna with white hair, but like blue and white go together so well. I do that. You know what? Yeah, screw it. Lorna is getting blue hair and white hair when I do it. Blue skin, white hair. actually sounds... Hi, Aya. How are ya? Good to see ya. You can do shift click with the magic wand. Oh, hey, I didn't know that. Like, actually, I'm good. I am doing my full reference for when I give it to Rose, so that's why I got the bottom part right here. Like, I was kind of on the fence of how long the shorts should be, but shorts very nicely. Well, though, we talked about a lot of very fun topics today. A lot of fun topics, to say the least. Okay, so shift click with the magic wand. Oh, geez, what the? Just as a test. Oh. Hey! That's good. Nuclear peppers, no! No! Stop, do not corrupt the fluff. Not corrupt Aya. She's too pure. I think. Are you pure? I don't know if you're pure or not. Is Aya pure? Sure. Yeah, that's not a very definite one. I don't trust that. Aya's purity is probably very low. Huh. Okay, cool. You're an avatar of corruption. 404 would be his own elder god in Warhammer. 404 would definitely be a Warhammer deity. There's no way. That skin. I know. Yeah, we were saying if people would have loot from their things, like if we suddenly got into MMO logic for things, what would they drop? And we got into the point that people would probably drop some very questionable objects. Oh. This is actually the first time I've been running this in my tablet's power. That's kind of why I'm able to just chat with this. Okay, we're getting there. I'm disappointed there were no Kappa jokes. Well, because people don't know the Kappa jokes. Not everyone knows the Kappa jokes. I still gotta do my shoes. What color? Blue and orange for the shoes sounds good. Like blue, gray, orange. Let's go for side. Like, I love the way they did my hair for the coloration in the original. It's really dang good. It's like a sort of like bluish gray. I love that. Not like midnight blue, that's like a dark one. One is a necromancer and one's a necromancer. That's the difference between those two, Danny. I know your jokes. I know your jokes well. What was that one from Whose Line Is It? The guy who had robbed a... was it an antique store, took all the things off the shelf and smacked someone in a rice farm. It was the first instance of a knick-knack paddywhack. I love that one. What race you'd be if you're human? Undead. You'd be a form of undead. Like, if I were to add you into any thing, I would just suggest undead immediately. Revenant specifically. Like, any form of revenant. Wait, duh. Oop. Oop. Okay, I love that trick now. Thank you for telling me, Drac. Nearly done, nearly done. Even in Doom? Yeah, even in Doom. They'd be a Revenant in Doom. I know that's not the kind that we're talking about, but they'd be a Revenant in Doom. Save. Oh, that is good. It is good to know what to do with. Okay, so let's fill in all the incongruencies. Nearly done, actually. I just gotta work on the shoes after this. Oh, I forgot to do that. That is one that I missed. Fill in all the lines. Line. I'm surprised you didn't shade the drawing. I don't do shading often. I do flat color a lot. I'll do shading with Sherry a little bit, but I won't do it with me. This is just meant to be a reference pic. And all this is what I want. The shoes. I think that's good for the hair. Kind of wild. But in some ways, but who cares indeed? I do. I do. I care. So, what we're gonna do, just so I know what I'm doing. There we go, that's better. That is much better. Okay, shoes. The bane of me. Shoes. I need to... Awesome. Oh, let's see. What first? First. Oop. Okay. Okay, okay. Nice. Okay. Dog. PC well for GPUs yet have AMD and thank you for saving the projects. Shoes. 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 I gotta do the zipper too. I am all over the place. Okay. And just for the giggles. Curious. Actually, I'll keep that for later. I'm gonna do orange laces. And just to see how that looks. Oh, that's good. That's real good. I like them so far. So good. Let's actually get these. Yes. Oh, right. Yellowy orange on blue works well. It does. It's one of those weird situations where the color just works. I need to see how her shoes were in here. Why am I doing the reverse color of that, actually, now that I think about it? I think maybe just white would work. Oh, balls. Hold on a moment, I gotta reduce. Okay. Black soles. I think I'm gonna keep this as is, maybe? Okay. Okay. I'm just seeing how they did the shoes in the one reference. Okay. I see how they did it. Do I make the shoes blue or the laces blue? The part orange? That's a question. I think it'd be better if the laces were blue and were orange. Okay. Love. Okay. Those look like bowling shoes now. Not like there's anything wrong with it. I like them. Sensei is ready to kick a bit. Okay, let's get the parts that I want white to be actually. Okay. Alright, so you don't want to know the nature of individuals for any type. Okay. I mean, they're not bowling shoes, they're just sneakers. I make this top. This is actually the latest I've streamed. Okay, so do I make them that color? Or do I make them this color? I kind of like them like that. That's cool. Very nice. Look cool, gym sneakers from the 90s. Exactly, that's the kind I was going for. was exactly the kind I was going for. So far, so good. I'm going to do the zipper real quick before I forget, because I will 100% forget if I... So let's just light up the whole... Okay. There we go. That looks cool. Now then. Okay. It was blue in the inside. Find where the laces are and belong. Oh, no, no! Critta crashed! Yep, there goes Critta. There goes Critta again. Oh, no, wait. Critta didn't crash. Goody, goody. It was just... I thought it did. Oops. Yay, no crash for Critta. Hooray. Critta didn't crap itself. Wait. Hey. Go there. Not go there. That place. And this is why I save so often, people. Critta is kinda unpredictable. Anything for... Yes, thank you. I will save the progress yet again. Paranoid fluff. Paranoid. You know, I kind of like the laces just like that. How long did I say it would be to reach 500,000? If I don't do anything, it'd probably take over a year. Like, if you started right now. Do I do white laces? Or do I do orange? Let's just test the orange real quick. Let's test the orange. I think I like the orange. Different orange. Darker. What was it that orange represented on, like, the color choreography with the characters, I think? Was it... what did it represent? Yeah, I like orange. It's gotta be. Happiness? No, it was like something with character design and character hair for orange. Like, it represented something. Maybe. I think. But till then. I need food. Almost done, almost done. Yeah, the orange laces feel like so weirdly in place. It's just an extra dash of color. Energy, warmth, cheerful confidence. See, that works. Like, a little bit of confidence goes a long way. I like it. I like it a lot. Specific to hair, not colors in general. Okay. But still. It's good. It's good so far. But I freaking love the ideas we've had today. Today has been a very, very big win. One big, beautiful, sunny, happy day. Ah! Just something looks cool. Yep. Sometimes stuff just looks amazing. Almost done. Okay. That fits! That fits so well. Oh my gosh. That is just good. V-chin's kind of bugging me, but that's just good. I love it. I could probably just... Can I? I can. Not as big of a V. Oh, hi, Danny. Sorry. Everything go well from earlier? Sneak. The color? Is it going to work in my favor? Shading. More. Dark. You hate Medibang? Yeah, Medibang's kind of... Hey, that looks decent. Okay. Saving as PNG. There. Floof is done. Floof is done. Oh, I got PMs. Okay, so I'm gonna look for some to raid real quick. Someone has a suggestion. Until then, I'm gonna look for some. Bit bunny. They're still streaming. I think that's right. Okay. Yeah, we're raiding a friend who's doing Genshin. Till then, we'll be done. I'll post this in a bit. Let's raid.